Yeah, so a Bible study tomorrow will not be going on because a bunch of people are sick, actually.
Did the COVID spread?
Yeah, so.
How you
But yeah,
feeling?
well, I woke up this morning like at 6, which is not my awake time,
Mm-hmm.
and I just had like a big bug in my throat and it sucked. I eventually got back to sleep. Now I'm feeling a little bit better, but I still feel it. So, like I had a stuffed nose, not anymore, but like a weird bug in my throat. That's all. Hopefully it doesn't get worse.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, so I'll probably join you guys for Great Friday tomorrow.
Sweet. Let's do it.
Or not tomorrow, but Friday.
Yeah. Makes sense. You ready to read? Let's do it. Do you want to do reading for first section or Bible project for first section? You want to read? All right. Okay. Yeah, do you want to say Bible project for like another time in the day? Okay. Logan actually read a really cool thing about David, and like there's have you seen Rubber Ducky, the VeggieTales? Oh, it's like really funny cringe, but it's like it's old, and so pretty much it's when David stole another man's wife, and so like Logan was telling me like he read some really good Uriah, which is the person that that David's like that was the husband of the wife that he stole. What was his name mean again? It was like Yahweh is with us.
Yahweh is my light.
Yahweh is my light. So crazy. But yeah,
And I
so
believe he was a Hittite, or so I think he's a Gentile.
yeah. Oh, dude, and that's like such a repeated theme throughout the Bible. Because did I tell you, Kayla means dog,
Yeah.
and so it's like the people who,
Yeah, I noticed that a lot when I read John Goldingay.
yeah, people who are not Israelites get it,
Yeah.
generally speaking, and people who are Israelites don't get it or mess up terribly, royally, like David. All right, do you want music while we read? Bring out the pretzels. And approaching Nirvana. Hmm. 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 Jesus, you're really amazing. Thank you that we can thank you for good food. At least on me and Broheim part back there, we can enjoy delicious ice cream. We can as the years go on, there are delightful pleasures that I look back and I certainly know that the ancient Israelites did not know what ice cream was. And refrigeration and electricity, these things that make life a lot more bearable, how they had to work with compromise and sweating brow under the sun, with David always being chased. As they are always presented with opportunity to compromise, we are also presented with opportunity to compromise in our comfort. So Jesus, thank you for your death and resurrection. Thank you for being the uncompromising one. It is by your power that sin is broken, that its chains, its hold, its reign on us is broken. We live anew because of you, only because of what you have done. And you call us to you. You are a representative. As David represented the Israelites against Goliath the Philistine. So you are our representative. What you have done affects all of us. It is us. So we look to you, declare allegiance to you. You are our King. Amen. First Samuel chapter 18 to chapter 19. Everyone is against me. Saul said to David, "Here is my oldest daughter, Merab. I will give her to you as wife." Now at the time for giving Saul's daughter, Merab, to David, she was given to Adriel the Meholathite. But Saul's daughter, Michal, loved David. Saul was sold, and it was pleasing in his eyes. Saul said, "I'll give her to him, and she will be a trap for him, so that the hand of the Philistines may be against him." Saul said, "Say this to David, the king has no desire of a marriage gift except the foreskins of 100 Philistines, to take redress on the king's enemies." David set off and went, he and his men, and struck down 200 Philistines. David brought their foreskins, and they counted out their full number to the king, so that he might become the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him his daughter Michal as wife. Saul saw and recognized that Yahweh was with David, and that Saul's daughter Michal was loyal to him. And Saul grew more afraid of David. Saul told his son Jonathan and all his servants to kill David. But Saul's son Jonathan favored David, so Jonathan told David. Jonathan spoke well of David to his father Saul, and Saul listened to Jonathan's voice. Saul swore, "As Yahweh lives, he will not be killed." Then a bad spirit from Yahweh came on Saul. Saul sent aides to David's house to keep watch over him and kill him in the morning. But his wife Michal told David, "If you don't run for your life tonight, you'll be killed tomorrow." Michal let David down through the window. He went and escaped and fled. Michal took the effigies and put them in the bed, and put a goat's hair quilt at its head and covered it with clothes. When Saul sent the aides to take David, she said, "He is sick." But Saul sent the aides to see David. "Bring him up to me on the bed to kill him." So the aides came, and there it was, the effigies in the bed and the goat's hair quilt at its head. Saul said to Michal, "Why did you deceive me like that and help my enemy get away so that he escaped?" Michal said to Saul, "He himself said to me, 'Help me get away, why should I kill you?'" When David fled and escaped, he came to Samuel at Ramah. Saul sent aides to take David. They saw a group of prophets prophesying, with Samuel staying presiding over them. Yahweh's spirit came on Saul's aides, and they too prophesied. Saul was told, so he sent more aides, but they prophesied too. Saul again sent the third aides, and they prophesied too. So he went to Ramah too, and on him too God's spirit came, so that he walked on and prophesied until he came to Noth and Ramah. Then he also stripped off his clothes, and he too prophesied in front of Samuel. He fell down naked all that day and all night. That is why they say, "Is Saul among the prophets too?" So Saul's getting more and more jealous, and now is, multiple times when they kill him. And so, and David is, he keeps running. Last night I watched a Jordanian Oscar-nominated movie called Captain Abu Raid, whose central figure is an airport janitor at Amman Airport, just up the street from Jabesh Gilead, actually. And a subordinate plot point, he gets to know a woman called Noor, who actually is a pilot. She is a successful woman in her 30s, but she has to endure her well-to-do father's periodic attempts to marry her off to implausible suitors. Now, many people who had their marriages arranged by their parents comment on how well the system works. Indian author Farhad Zama describes how he met his wife only for 45 minutes over tea. They fell in love after the wedding, but he would have had the chance to say no on the basis of the 45 minutes, which is what Noor in the movie does in rather less than that time. The trouble is, the more important your father is, the more likely it is that the matches he devises will be driven by politics, and they will then take some resisting. While this does not entirely explain the problems of the British royal family we noted in the previous chapter, is a contributing factor. It is evidently also the problem for Saul's daughter. First, there's Merab. We do not get the impression that she has any say in whether she is given to David or Abriel. While Saul's change of mind may simply suggest his fickleness, The way his story unfolds may imply that David could not raise a marriage gift of appropriate value to enable him to marry Merab. Translations sometimes refer to this as a bride price, but the term is misleading if it implies that a groom buys his bride from her father and thus that a wife is her husband's property, except in the sense that she is his wife and he is her husband. Rather, the exchange of gifts at a marriage, the marriage gift and the woman's dowry, is part of the social convention whereby a marriage is sealed by the giving of goods, as happens in Western culture. It is also a recognition that marriage means a man gains something of great economic value. When he hears that Michal has taken a shine to David, like most all the other women in Israel, Saul has a vested interest in overcoming David's financial embarrassment, because he sees he can use this as a means of getting David out of the way. The story incorporates a number of notes of humor, mostly at Saul's expense. And the first is a note of course humor, of which the Bible is fond. Isn't that interesting, Logan?
What's that?
That here, the story incorporates a number of notes of humor, mostly at Saul's expense. And the first is a note of coarse humor, of which the Bible is fond. The Israelites were scornful of the Philistines as uncultured Europeans who do not practice circumcision like civilized people. Male circumcision was a regular practice among Middle Eastern peoples, though it usually happened at puberty and was given this distinctive significance within Israel in connection with the covenant. So let David circumcise a few of these wild men. Of course, they will not submit to this voluntarily. Excuse me, do you mind if I just circumcise 100 of you? I need the foreskins. You'll have to kill us first. Saul's overt logic is that this will be a means of teaching the Philistines a lesson, a means of pursuing his task of asserting Israelite sovereignty over the land that is seized as its own. Though he also has that other motivation. It's a win-win for Saul. He hopes David fails, but if he wins, that will also be useful in its way. David, of course, succeeds and doubles the number for good measure, and the story invites us to imagine David counting them out one by one, all to gain a wife. Who is this man? A man who wants to be king. I always find it weird, like, collecting 200 foreskins and then counting them out one by one.
Yeah,
Man.
I thought that's weird.
What's up, Elon Warrior?
So the Philistines were Gentiles.
Yeah, so they're just enemies.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Saul can never see beyond the end of his nose. That is true in a profoundly religious connection. He can see that God is with David, and his appropriate reaction is to become more afraid of David. He is right that David is a serious threat to him. One might have thought that anyone with an ounce of good sense would see that there was no point fighting God, but this awareness just makes Saul fight harder. And he fails to see the further implications of the fact that Michal loves David. We have noted an ambiguity about that word love. It suggests commitment and loyalty as well as feelings. Michal's feelings for David are something Saul can use to try to get David killed. She wants to marry him, but with luck, David will get killed in fulfilling Saul's conditions. He doesn't. But Michal's love also means she is committed to David. Love is the same Hebrew word that I translate loyal in 1828. Like Jonathan's love loyalty to David, her love loyalty to David is something with practical, political implications. Marriage means you leave your father and stick to your husband. Falling for David means she takes David's side against Saul, and she will deceive and lie in order to save him from death. Agreeing to let Michal marry David was the action Saul took that he thought would give him a way to dispose of David, but it turns out to be something that keeps David alive. Poor Saul. The irony is underlined by the story of the effigies. It does raise the question how David's wife comes to have these effigies, and the incidental reference to them draws our attention to something that archaeological discoveries also make clear, that everyday religious life in Israel is very different from what the Torah prescribes. You know, it's like scripture is very clear that you only serve and worship Yahweh, but like these little stories show that people's hearts were not 100% because they had other religious icons around them. Of course, Jonathan is also no use to his father in connection with getting rid of David. Jonathan favors David rather than Saul. It is another way of describing his loyalty. The expression is one Saul had told his courtiers to use in telling David of his own attitude to him, which led him to offer him rep. The irony is that he didn't really mean it, whereas it actually is his own son's attitude to David. And it leads Jonathan to spill the beans to David as well as to talk Saul out of his intentions. This works only for a while because Saul has a bigger problem than his sons being against him and his daughters being against him, and his own stupidity being against him. God is against him. The final note of divine ruthlessness and humor comes in the story of how once again Saul ends up prophesying. Once, way back at the beginning, this had been a sign that God really was with Saul. Now it is a sign that God really has abandoned him. Perhaps the fact that this meaning is an expression of judgment and why Samuel is prepared to behave differently from what he said in 1535. Yet Saul still will not see sense and turn back. You know how sometimes we get angry and we see no sense and we just stay committed to our angry nonsense? Saul is in that. He's like being against the Gowd, I think it's called. You want to do Bio Project next? All right, let's do it. You decide not to save it? Oh, dude, these word studies are so good. Logan, have you seen them?
Yeah, a few of them.
Okay, we're on the last one. Faithful love. Faithful. Oh. Emmet. Thinking Lego movie.
What did that word mean again?
It's like truth or faithful.
If you tried to describe what God is like, it could be difficult or daunting. But when the people who wrote the Bible pondered the mystery of God, they consistently described God's character in this way: compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, overflowing with loyal love and faithfulness. We're going to look at this last characteristic of God. It's the Hebrew word emet, which can be translated as faithfulness or even truth. It's related to another word you've probably heard before, amen, which is an untranslated Hebrew expression meaning that's truth. So, emet can mean truth, and it can refer to correct ideas or concepts. This is because emet has to do with stability and reliability, like when Moses holds up his hands for hours to defeat Israel's enemies, the Amalekites. His friends put a rock under him and support his hands so that his hands will remain emet, or steady. When emet is used of people, it describes reliable and stable character, or trustworthiness. Like when Moses appoints leaders in Israel, they're to be people of emet, people who are trustworthy, who won't take bribes or distort justice. So to say that God is full of emet doesn't just mean that God tells the truth or stands for truth. It means that God is faithful and trustworthy. This is why Moses calls God a rock, saying that he's faithful, just, and upright. He's saying that he can trust God to be consistent to his character. And the Hebrew word for trust is actually the verb form of the word emet. It's he'emin. It can be translated as to believe or to have faith, but most basically it means to consider someone trustworthy or to trust. The first person we meet in the Bible who considers God to be trustworthy is Abraham. God makes a promise that Abraham and his wife Sarah will have a huge family and that through them, all nations will experience God's blessing. But Abraham and Sarah are really, really old, and they've never been able to have any children. And yet, in the face of these challenges, Abraham he'emins God. He considers God trustworthy to open a way forward. And God does show emet to Abraham and Sarah. In just 4 generations, their descendants form a whole nation called Israel. And God invites Israel into a trusting and faithful relationship. And when God leads them out of slavery in Egypt, Israel he'emins in God. They trust and rely on him. But when they come to the land God promised to Abraham, and they find out it's filled with giant cities protected by giants, their trust in God's emet fails. But eventually we meet an Israelite who does trust God in the face of giants. It's David. He yells at the giant, "You come with a sword and a spear, but I come with the name of the God of Israel." David consistently relies on God. In fact, it said that David walked in Emet before God. So David considers God to be faithful and responds with faithfulness. This is why God promises to raise up a faithful descendant of David, whose kingdom will endure forever, or in Hebrew, have emet. This faithful king will become the source of trust and stability for others forever. But when the kingdom later collapses, the Israelites find themselves without a home and without a king. And they cry out, "Oh God, where is your loyal love that you swore to David in your emet?" They're accusing God of abandoning his promises to Abraham and to David. Is God trustworthy? Is he faithful after all? The first line of the New Testament is an answer to that question. This is the lineage of Jesus the Messiah, the son of David, the son of Abraham. In other words, through Jesus, God fulfills his promises. Or as Paul says, Jesus came on behalf of God's faithfulness. He is the faithful king whose kingdom will endure forever and who invites all nations to trust God. Now, trusting anyone is risky. It's hard to know if anyone is really full of emet. But the biblical story portrays a God who's been faithful all along and whose promises were fulfilled in the story of Jesus. And so as we look out at the obstacles facing us and our world, we're invited to take that same risk and join Abraham, David, and the people of God in trusting that God is overflowing with faithfulness.
All right. So, emet. Right. What was the... Because most Hebrew words are... Yeah. Well, most Hebrew words actually have, like, you know, when we learn about Yahweh, it takes a long time for him to get angry. It's they use it, like the word says he has a long nose. Means it takes him a long time to get angry because it's like... And people who have like angry short nose like get angry because you see on their face when you're angry, it's just full red burst. So it's like it's word imagery. So word imagery for emet, do you remember? It means stable, right? Like a bone. Yeah, like a balance bowl. Like when Moses was holding his staff, he was like, yeah, he was starting to shake because he was just getting tired, and so they put a rock under him to keep him emet. And so Yahweh always shows himself to be faithful. So there are times where it makes it very hard to trust him, but faithfulness. But that he abandoned Israel just because he is trustworthy. He just never served another god. Yeah, they served other gods. That's not right. Their trust in him was waned. Yeah. And that's what... And so even David and Abraham at parts didn't fully trust in the Yahweh. Yeah. And so what made King Jesus, he was the fully one. He was the one who was... He fully trusted Yahweh, even unto death. And by his power, since his fully trust went to full death, but he resurrected. Yep. And that gives us the power to fully trust him and not to bow down to powers. Because all empires, the only power they have, any leaders, any true power is the fear of death. And so by King Jesus' death and resurrection, he removes that fear from us, is the fear of death. So that we can rule like King Jesus ruled. And that's by serving. All right, we can start, friend. Yes. Have you ever watched the Lego movie? Break your brain, man. They're playing on with Emet, who is the main character in the Lego movie. They're in that movie. They're fully playing. Wait, what's the main character again? Emet. Oh,
This might be reading into the movie, but could Emet be seen as God?
Yeah, like he is full. Like he is stable.
At first, nobody cared about him. Nobody trusted him. And he had a few people,
Mm-hmm.
But then at the end, everyone is like, "Wow, this is our savior."
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched the movie in a while, but
Yeah, I've watched it a good few times as kids.
yeah.
Five. Every 5 unit moved. Combat. Your attack speed. Sure, we'll put attack speed in there.
Justin.
Yeah.
Are you there, Mr. Justin?
Mr. Houston.
Hello?
Yep.
How's your guys' day going?
Not bad.
Pretty good. Good to hear.
Just we watched a video learning about the word truth in Hebrew, which is emet, in the Lego movie. So having a little fun conversation about that.
Oh.
How are
Wait,
you?
What about the Lego movie?
In the Lego movie, Emmet is the main character's name, which in Hebrew means truth.
Oh.
So if you follow like the plot line in the Lego movie is he like reveals the untruthfulness of the system, even though
Mm-hmm.
so it's oh, I'm sorry, Edelon Warrior. What's not good, friend? More family dilemma.
Also, Eidolon Warrior was following along in the reading. I'm assuming.
He's on he's speaking on YouTube if you want to engage also. Sorry, man. Yeah, I wish as adults get older, they get better. But unless you are actively engaging your compromises into how you treat others, it just operation.
Funny music.
Oh, surgery? Oh, that's what I meant by operation. I thought you meant talking about surgery. There is the game Operation, which is based on committing surgery. So your map for Half-Life 2, is that also a school project or is that just a personal project? Oh, that hurts you when it drops. Oh, good to know. Ah, yeah, it's hard to focus after working through some rough emotions, my friend. Say 95 communication growing up was yelling, so. Which mean I grew up in a very unhealthy house. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, whoa, I hear an echo myself. I don't know. Have you ever played any of the Final Fantasy games? I grew up in the era of so there's a game called Final Fantasy VIII. And that on the cover they show Ifrit, which is pretty much summons in that game. You kind of summon, you know, magical creatures. Once is Ifrit, who looks like a big fire demon. They saw that on the cover, said it the video game was demonic, and went and destroyed it. Did that with my Pokemon cards. They did that with my video game system. So a lot of blaming visual arts for human condition problems. All right, I think I don't have anything to prove. I'm done with the 5 million hard difficulty.
You've officially played that game more than Ben.
Yeah, I'm just gonna beat it now.
gonna unlock the pirate.
Yeah, I also need to unlock the soldiers. I haven't got a... Yeah. It's funny because it's crazy, like, you know, you think of Half-Life 2 is like what? 2000? Right? Like, when was Half-Life 2 released? Gosh, it was like a long time ago. 2004. So yeah, 2000. It's crazy to think like how easily saw that, and that was like the epitome of like gore and violence, you know, and as technology advances and visual arts advances. Yeah, it's a... Yeah, as someone, I will always advise it is better to be at peace. Even if I can't do what I want to do, it's better to be at peace with my family and friends around me. So if that means I need to constrict my freedom for that, I would. And there's times I just don't play or watch certain things around certain people. Like, I have the freedom. The relationship means more to me than expressing than flexing my freedom. I don't know how else to say it. Like, obviously in my own time, like right now I'm actually, at this very time, I'm actually pretty limited what games I can play. It can't be first or third person shooters. You can disable blood in Half-Life 2. Well, actually, right now I can't play Half-Life 2 because it's a first or third person shooter. Do you play at a friend's house or something? Well, I do need to say, after slapping my head against the hardest difficulty for the last couple of weeks, this game just got, turning off all the difficulty modifiers, this game just got immensely easy. Huh? Is that you? Okay. Yeah. Be careful with sneaking around, because sneaking around, compromising, it always catches up to you. And I could definitely say that from experience. And I would rather explore the freedom with their blessing than to be at war with people around me. And I know that's not what you want to hear, but that's if you're asking me for my advice, I'll say try to do everything you can to be at peace with your family. And me at the time moment to limit your freedom, it means limiting your freedom. Like for instance, here in the U.S., I don't know how it is in Poland, but here in the U.S., there's kind of like because of compromises and people just not being righteous under alcohol. Like there's a huge stigmatization against like beer and wine and stuff. And so I legitimately do. I used to flex my freedom, but now I try the best I can to enjoy delicious food and drink, but around certain people, I try not to flex my freedom. I'd rather have peaceful, joyful conversations with people around me than holding something where in their brain it's a hard thing to work through. Because I mean, I've been to Poland only through the airport, and I didn't see any. I don't know what the laws are in Poland, but there wasn't. At least it seemed like I was seeing people who look pretty young. It's for 18 in Poland. Gloves or charm? Let's get the gloves. That's good. But yeah, and I know like it doesn't make logical sense. But being at peace and enjoying time with the family around you, I'm telling you, like I think it's in Proverbs that it's better to have pretty much stale bread within good company than have a lavish feast and turmoil. This guy, I want to go get Primal Death, which I need. Alright, Logan, I'm done playing the hardest difficulty, so I could be done with this game in a day or two. So we could actually get out to Elden Ring. Why not? Oh. And I know it's not actually here, like, you want to be your buddy and say, forget them, but that's my lived experience, I guess you could say. Being in my 30s, old man wisdom. I used to be that. And all that young turmoil about trying to get things that wasn't that my parents didn't want to have, and I absolutely had to have it. And now that I'm adult and make my own decision, like it seems silly. It's one thing I've learned, that relationships. Yeah, but it sounds like, if I can, like you want peace with under like getting what you. It sounds like under your terms. I mean, if it's just for video games, if it's for anything, I mean, obviously, like the fact that the screaming with over like this wrestling shows there's a lot more going on in the midst, a lot more, because out of the how does it say, out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. And so whenever anyone resorts to screaming, it shows that there's something going on the inside, some sort of turmoil and wrestling that needs to be worked out. Counseling helps. Sit down and have a good talk helps. I say, yeah, living that serving, like being actually for people, like, hey, I'm about you. I want you. Even like with my mom, who, you know, I was the one who first told my mom that I love her. I never heard I love you from my mom growing up. Like a lot, the peace that is between me and my mom is something that by the Spirit of Yahweh and by his call to step forward and serve her and show her the love and affection, even if I never receive it back, to show her love and affection has like completely sweeps people off their feet. Like people don't expect that. And I sure like I would challenge you to, when the screaming happens, step and ask yourself, why is my mom feeling this? Just say I love you and get close and think about the serving love of King Jesus, even when he was suffering and he said, Lord, forgive them, for they do not know what they're doing. Like there is something going on inside that is creating that turmoil. So yeah, my challenge would be is ask, what is causing this despair in your mom or in your family? Is screaming like it's like when you're looking at a sickness, like you don't blame the running nose for the running nose. You look what is causing the fever and running nose, like what's causing the hot temperatures. Yeah, it's hard. It is hard to have those conversations, especially to not take defense. Yeah. Yeah. And like say like, okay, how can if I heard that and like, okay, what am I doing? All right, let me work on that. When they share what that you do that causes the tension, I'll say the best is just listen and go, I'll work on that. When you do this hurts me. You know, like just that help, like will help a lot, I'll say. And there are points where like if they're toxic and not be able to have, like there's moments like I'm trying to work this out with you, my parents. I'll come back again when we can have this conversation. You're not being nice with your body and words right now. And you know, if they're not being, especially not being nice to their body, get safety. I have not heard that from you, so don't. But you know, you're not being nice with your words, so I'll try again. And that takes a lot of be able to center your emotions, hold it in your chest. And it takes practice, my friend. When we react based on our emotions so many times, we actually become more animal-like, where we don't have control. Like a wise person holds it in and tries to work towards better solution. Like, yeah. Yeah, and I'm not saying not so what I'm calling for you to challenge you, my friend, is wisdom. As I'm calling you to set yourself on the path where you're always stepping in, being vulnerable, and working towards a healthy living situation with your parents. I can't give you a technique. There's not one thing that absolutely fix it. Wisdom is the path where you have to decide, like, okay, I'm not going to find good and bad on my own. I am going to listen to the serving love of Jesus in scripture. And I know it's going to be hard and tough. Like, guess what? I was kicked out. Like, I was in such an abusive home where I was kicked out at 14 in foster care. Foster care here in the United States is where, like, you're not fully orphan, but other people are taking care of you. So my aunt's and uncle took care of me because my house wasn't safe for me. And so by sharing that, I hope you understand, like, I grew up with a very hard family dynamic. And the wisdom path, like, I certainly in my younger years did not at all. But it's that constant step, that constant forgiving your parents is the first step. Like, when you forgive, you have to call out their sin. And you don't have to do that in them in person, but you and yourself, like, this is wrong. They have treated me this way, but I'm going to forgive them. And I'm going to work towards because guess what? Pretty much the only difference between parents and children is they're just older. Like, just as children have a hard time controlling emotions, sadly, adults don't have the same amount of tools to control their emotions. Usually adults are more set in their ways and are less teachable. And so what I'm calling you is now set your life towards the path of wisdom and just first know that King Jesus fully forgave you for your wrongdoing, which enables you to forgive. Like, that's always the first step, knowing where you are in your relationship to King Jesus. And then from there, from that path, work on the relationships of people around you.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and the difference. So, based on how other people treat me, like, my emotional security is not based on how other people treat me, if that makes sense. Like, I would love it if people will step close to me and work through the messiness of humanity, but I first have to come to terms with myself. I have to come to terms with the King Jesus story. I absolutely have to. Who is Jesus? Do I declare allegiance to him? Do I serve him? Does he hold my absolute loyalty? And then from there out, I try to align my whole avenue of life towards that serving commitment is. Because since he has carried my sin, since he was able to carry it completely, it died on his flesh on the cross. And then because of that, he resurrected, his life, his resurrected life, he enables for us. That's why he sent out the Holy Spirit to give us wisdom and work it out. Because then every relationship I have now is always for their edification. That's the goal, is always be for their edification, not for my emotional security comes out of serving and loving the other. Like, I rule by serving and loving the other. And I don't put myself, like, you learn, like, there's time not to talk. There's time to give space. This is not a healthy space. I don't have to fight to prove myself anymore. No one has rule over my emotional being. And when I say that that is the telos, the top goal. Obviously, I'm affected by my wife, my daughter, everyone around me. And this is me, as I'm telling you this is something I'm always working on. I have not perfected this, but that is always, like, the love, forgiveness that King Jesus has given me. I'm always trying to share that. And in that, I live a bountiful, beautiful life. And I want that for you. Because right now, your parents have, how they treat you, have rule over you. And so I will challenge to take a step, knowing, meditate on the Jesus narrative. Actually grab the Bible, read it with us. And we're always meditating on how Yahweh, King Jesus, their relation to humanity and their relationship with humanity is how I then can work on my relationship with other people. So that, you know, my abusive mom, I can then treat her as King Jesus. And like, for the longest time, there was never, like, I forgave her. I told her I love her, and I told her I forgave her, but never no remedy because she was stuck in her cycle. But there was a point where she eventually broke, and that was 10 years after being married. Actually 8 years after being married. Like, restoration did not happen until way later on. And so I'm calling you to this, my friend. I'm calling you to look at King Jesus, just knowing that there may never be a fix, but you know who you are. And you don't have to step into messy situations with your parents. And I say that, and I love you, my friend. I say as someone who has, like I said, I was in foster care because of my parents' bad decisions. Through that, I was an emotional mess. And being at the other side of forgiveness and love is absolutely worth it. And I know you're in the throes of it. And so please, I'm after saying that, I really hope you don't feel dismissed. Just know that you're loved. You are cherished, my friend. And there is life in the abound for you. Pools of refreshing water. Pools. So sorry again if anything I said made you feel dismissed. You are loved and you are cherished. You are not alone. You're a part of a story that didn't start with us and will not end with us, as my religious teacher will say. And you're part of a group. You're welcome, man. I noticed. I want to apologize. I was hearing that you want to feel validated, and I probably was not making you feel validated in your experience, and I want to apologize for that. I'm sorry for that part, because I just digged into. Because just know how mine operates. I put myself into a framework, into boxes on how to live properly. What's up, Orange Blanket? Like, so I put myself in the mind frame and framework that I have found life, and I want to call other people into that framework, that way of living, that mind thinking, and calling people to the idea it's me caring, but it can look dismissive, and I did not want you to feel dismissed. Deep discussion, my friend. Oh, that's funny. So one of my followers summons a T-bone steak, which summons a Tiger Club. But I was really hoping for walking steaks that will just hit him or something. Now I want a steak.
He noticed the battle. Battle cats.
It's stuff like everyone does.
Yeah.
Because when you're on, you noticed it.
Ooh.
You never ate steak? I felt like I saw slabs. I think I saw slabs of meat when I was in the Polish airport. I don't know how. Oh. Okay. Each point of strength goes into top end damage. Oh, yeah. Doing that, those kind of games will get ya. I actually have like a RuneScape account like from 20 years ago that I forgot to log in. And so I was like, no, my progress. And so I tried playing into RuneScape, but then the sorrow of my progress of being there somewhere in the void, I just can't get back to it. Oh yeah, I don't need this anymore since I've... the Varp one. That works. Any things that explode. I thought lamb is considered red meat. I mean, when I was in Albania, I ate lots of lamb, and it was delicious. Man, I really want lamb right now. Oh, man.
Same. Yum, yum.
You have a steady diet of beans and rice there? It's in the system for you to keep coming back. Ooh. I go for Ara. Oh man. Whew, almost died there. Alright, I think, yep, I'm pure lawful. Start using my souls to some health so I don't die. Evil. Ooh. The Goldest of armor, you say? Alright, I guess I'll go for a full aura build. Sounds fun. looks fun. Mm-hmm. Oh, balls. I'm all right. I did it right. There we go. I got the soldier. All right, let's finally get the Esper now. I mean, they save on groceries. That's what it sounds like. Generally, Oh, yeah. And that's a lot of money.
Ten mushrooms.
Are you supposed to be heading to the lawful instead of the evil?
Shadow Plane, which is lawful.
Isn't Shadow Plains a neutral?
To get in the middle, to get in, you have to have lawful.
Oh, because I thought that was the central one.
Central one, yeah, you still have to have lawful.
Okay.
What the? Holy amount of damage. What? All right, I want to give the anchor a try. Oh, dear sweet Lanta, that is funny. Yeah, I want this. No, it's not optimal. No, it's the 2 meals. All I added was I added the pita nachos. I did not change. I didn't change. I'm excited to try that. Yeah, well, it's like considered a snack. the pita nachos are considered a snack. Nah, it's just something is like I could just do this now and try it instead of going to a restaurant. Came with the meal? Huh. Okay. Can what? Oh, candy bar? Okay. I want to try it. Okay. I want to try it. Hey, Robin. If you don't want it, you can bring it here. I could try it. We are at time. So how about after you use your ults, let's go through step, okay? If you had told me this had stuff in it, I would be like, I would totally believed you. Like you put us in a can and said, "Here's," yeah. It's like a light old fashioned. Huh? I have no idea.
I can't wait for you to start playing Elden Ring again, Corey.
Me too.
Because I'll be honest, I did fight a boss.
Oh, wow.
It's not ahead of our story. It's a little bit behind.
Okay.
But it's like one of the coolest bosses I fought yet.
Oh, you should take me there when we get back into it. I'd love to see
Yeah,
it.
it's at the volcano place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, remember that area? Like when we went to the giant castle in the volcano area?
Yeah, where we fought the crater beast.
Yeah, Falling Star Beast. But there was actually a secret door in that castle that we missed. And it leads you to an entirely new area.
Oh. You ready for step char? Okay. Do it.
I don't think Justin's fought him either.
Who?
Rykard. And Elden Ring.
Maybe, maybe not.
You fight
Don't know off the top of my head.
I looked at your achievements. It said you haven't.
Gosh, what's the main guy's name in the movie Cars?
Mater.
Yeah, it's like Nader's cousin.
There's Mater and his cousin.
His name had the word cars in it, so I was like, it's Nader's cousin.
Wait, what?
It'd be so funny if like it's actually you like fight against like a big hot rod, like a racing car.
Are you talking about Elden Ring?
Yeah, like you said, his name, whoever that creature's name was, it sounded like it had a car. It had a car name in it.
Oh, Rykard.
Yeah. It'd be really funny if they made like a Disney like Dark Souls game where it's like, oh man, I want to see that now just for kicks and
That would
giggles.
actually be really cool.
All right, you ready?
Like a dark fantasy.
Yeah, something like where they all go evil, and so you have to beat them up.
Oh, yeah.
some sort of Kingdom Hearts twist to it, you know. All right, you want me to start reading? All right, I'm going to start reading. Do you want music while reading? No? All right. Can you use your home amazing? Thank you. As I look at my life and how easy it can slip into turmoil, and there was moments when I was in sheer anguish. I thank you for being the God who steps into humanity. You don't wait for us to get our stuff right. You get our stuff together. You step into humanity. So thank you for the writings that just reveal how you work. Thank you for partnering with ancient Israelites to bless, that through them bless humanity. But it turns out that they could not get their stuff together and they served other gods. And so they were sent into exile. So even when you came into the scene, King Jesus, there was a sense that they were still in exile because they had other foreign rulers over them. And it was through that you allowed the evil powers to destroy you. You did not, as all the Israelites at the time wished, for you to raise the sword and slay the Israelite enemy. You didn't create another empire which uses the fear of death to rule over the other. But you showed how the proper way to rule. And because of that, it killed you. But then you resurrected, and so we look forward to our resurrected life as we also embrace in the powerful serving. The kingdom serving. In one Frost's name. Amen. Friendship. It's a funny title. Just write the word friendship. 1 Samuel chapter 20, verse 1 to 13a tells how David asked Jonathan to find out whether his father would continue to try to kill him, and Jonathan agrees to do so. If it seems good to my father to do wrong to you, I will disclose it to you and send you off, and you will go to safety. And may Yahweh be with you as he was with my father. While I am still alive, you are not to fail to keep Yahweh's commitment with me, nor when I die are you to cut off your commitment with my household ever, even when Yahweh has cut off David's enemies, each one from the face of the ground. Jonathan has covenanted with David's household. Yahweh will require it from the hand of David's enemies. So Jonathan again swore to David by his loyalty to him, because he was as loyal to him as he was to himself. The word that we have spoken, you and I, there Yahweh is between you and me forever. David hid in the countryside. It was a new moon, and the king sat down for dinner to eat. The king sat in his seat as usual, the seat by the wall. Jonathan got up, and Abner sat at Saul's side, but David's place was empty. Saul made no comment that day because he said to himself, something has happened so that he is not pure. Then the day after the new moon, the second day, David's place was empty. So Saul said to his son Jonathan, why didn't Jesse's son come to dinner either yesterday or today? Jonathan answered Saul, David asked urgently of me if he could go to Bethlehem. He said, do let me go, because we have a family sacrifice in the state, and my brother has ordered me to it. So now if I found favor in your eyes, may I get away and see my brothers? That is why he has not come to the king's table. Saul's anger flared up at Jonathan, and he said to him, son of perverse, rebellious woman, I know very well that you are choosing Jesse's son, to your shame and the shame of your mother's nakedness. Because all the days that Jesse's son is alive on the earth, you and your kingship will not be secure. So now send and get him from me, because he is destined to die. Jonathan protests. Saul throws his spear at Jonathan, and Jonathan storms out and goes to tell David. David fell on his face to the ground and bowed low 3 times, and they hugged each other and wept with each other, until David did so greatly. Jonathan said to David, go to safety, because the 2 of us have sworn in Yahweh's name. Yahweh be between you and me, and between your offspring and mine forever. So David set off and went. While Jonathan came to the city, David came to Nob, to the priest Ahimelech. But one of Saul's servants was there that day, detained before Yahweh. His name was Dog, the Edomite, chief herdsman to Saul. Verses 9 to 15 relate how, having brought no weapons, David acquires Goliath's sword from Ahimelech, as well as provisions, and goes on to Gath, where he takes refuge with King Achish. So here is Saul, even like putting his face deeper into trying to kill David. The thing is Jonathan is on David's side and doing everything he can. Speaking of violence, by the way, and not to do anything with violence, if that is the rule, the Bible is very violent. So, like, what was it? Trying to think, glory. So the Hebrew word for glory, I think it's kavod, means weightiness, means heavy. And so it means like, it can even mean fat. And so there's a part in Judges where the guy puts a knife in a kavod belly, so in the fat belly. And then like the fat just like goes over and then like makes this very nasty smell, where all of the kings, like the king who died, all his people around are like, he's probably in the potty.
Are you ready, Corey?
I'm ready for commentary.
That's not what I meant, but are you ready?
Ready to duel?
Nope. Tax season.
Oh, yeah.
Ready to lose your mind in paperwork.
You are not prepared. All right. I know someone now in her 80s who lived for 40 or 50 years with a friend. They had separate jobs, but in the rest of life, they were inseparable, involved together in church and social life, and spending their holidays together. The friend had a stroke a few years ago, and the woman I know took early retirement in order to be able to look after her and to make it possible for them to continue as full a life as possible together. Still going off on adventurous holidays, and she went through grim bereavement when her friend eventually died. The kind of bereavement someone goes through when his or her spouse dies. There was the kind of relationship, a mutual commitment between them that you might call covenantal. I used to ponder the likelihood that it would be much harder nowadays for two women or two men to make that kind of semi-public mutual commitment in the kind of conservative Christian circles to which they belong, because it will be broadly suspected that the relationship was in effect a same-sex marriage, and they will be horrified at the idea. In the modern West, we have gotten into such a mess about same-sex relationships that the very idea of same-sex friendship has become imperiled. It affects the way people read the relationship between David and Jonathan. Both straight people and gay people have asked whether it was a physical homosexual relationship. Of course, the story never says, oh, by the way, they weren't gay. Its framework for describing the relationship between them is friendship and mutual commitment. Though this mutuality doesn't mean the relationship meant the same to both men, the relationship energy comes from Jonathan. He loves David, cares about him, is loyal to him rather than to his father, cares about him as much as he cares about himself. He bound himself to David. It was his care and loyalty that led to the making of a covenant between them. In the West, in recent years, we have come to assume that a person's spouse is also his or her best friend. That worked for my wife and me, but it's an idiosyncratic assumption. That's a fun word. Want to look it up? Let's look it up.
Idiosyncratic.
Idiosyncratic. Thank you.
Idiosyncratic.
So it's like a coin term. Okay. I see. So together, it's like a together assumption in the West. So in the West, in recent years, we have come to assume that a person's spouse is also his or her best friend. That works for my wife and me, but it's an idiosyncratic assumption. There's no indication in the Bible that marriage is supposed to work that way, and it puts extra pressure on a relationship that has all the other demands that apply to it. A relationship of friendship and mutual commitment with another person of the same sex avoids some of that complication. Maybe a relationship of friendship and mutual commitment with a person of the opposite sex can do that. Though that kind of relationship also carries a risk of getting sexually entangled. Then, of course, is if one or both of the people involved is someone who's attracted to people of the same sex. This fact reshapes all those considerations. The I'm having a hard time with words today, which I usually do have most days. The presupposition. Why am I having?
Presupposition.
Presupposition. Thank you. The presuppositions of the story about Saul's dinner are that the beginning of the month is a special occasion celebrated before God, with a special dinner eaten in God's presence. But then various things such as having sex or having contact with a dead body can make it appropriate to rush into God's presence because sex and death are alien to God's own character. Such considerations could make it appropriate to miss the first day of the celebration. But such taboos do not take long to wear off, so Saul could reasonably expect David to show up the next day. His failure to do so puts Saul on the track of the fact that something odd is going on. So Broheim. So in ancient Israelites, so before you go into a temple, before you do any like special celebrations, you had to be ceremonially clean. And so touching dead bodies, doing anything that is either of death or not of God can put you in the unclean state. So he probably, if this was the case, it could be like he missed the first day, which means he just needed to get ceremonially washed and not be around people for a day. But since he's been gone for 2 days, something does not feel right. Which then it shows that David is waiting for Jonathan to give a report. Is your dad going to try killing me again? I mean, talk about, speaking of
David's like this.
Dude, speaking of like toxic relationships, just imagining being in the same room with someone who is trying like pin you down with a spear multiple times. And you got to keep going back into that same room.
I don't think I'd want that. I think I'd want to live in Arizona.
Related considerations. Related considerations surface in the story of David's emergency visit to Ahimelech, where he has to assure the priest that his men have not had sex lately before Ahimelech is willing to let them eat provisions from the sanctuary. His willingness to do so was still irregular. In Mark 2, Jesus refers back to this story as an example of how the Old Testament is not legalistic in the way it treats the Torah, so that there is similarly no need to be legalistic about the Sabbath. The point about the note concerning Dog will emerge in the next chapter. Plot twist. This Dog guy, he kills all the priests that David just got all the provisions from. As usual, in reading the story, it is worth asking why someone wrote it and what function it fulfilled. The connected narrative as a whole belongs at least to the time when David had become king, and one function it would fulfill is to assure its readers that the process whereby David came to the throne was entirely honorable. After all, Jonathan is the person you would expect to succeed his father as king. Why did he not do so? At one level, the answer is that God determined otherwise. But people will know that David was capable of being a sharp political operator, at least until he lost his groove in the middle of his reign. The moment all right, Edelon Warrior, thank you so much for being here. I love you, man. I'll catch you later. You ever watch Emperor's New Groove? Oh, it's like a 2000 Disney movie where he gets a guy thrown out because he's like doing like a song and dance, and then this old guy gets in his way, and like the music like does that record breaking stop. And it's like, you have ruined my groove, and so he gets him like thrown out of the kingdom. David, did he maneuver Jonathan out of his rightful place as Saul's successor? No, the story says Jonathan was so enthusiastic about David, like everyone else apart from Saul, that he maneuvered himself out of his rightful place. Whether he realized it or not, he put it theologically. Jonathan was happy to go along with God's intention to put David on the throne. May Yahweh be with you as he was with my father, he says. Both halves of the sentence are worth pondering. That's a good point. The first is a wish that God may prosper and advance David. Never mind if Jonathan loses. And the second, the grievous feature is the past tense verb. God used to be with Saul, which meant that things went well for him. Now God is not, and they do not. The story also acknowledges expectation that would apply to David as king. He is to keep commitment to Jonathan not only during his lifetime, but after his death. The two men are of similar age, so you might not expect that Jonathan will die before David, but actually he will do so. So what will happen to Jonathan's family? For all David's popularity in his own circles, there will be many people still loyal to Saul who will assume that someone from Saul's family should succeed Saul. Such considerations mean that after a coup, a new ruler is tempted to make a point of eliminating potential rivals to the throne, and these include Jonathan's sons. 2 Samuel 9 and 21 will tell us how David made a point of honoring his promises to Jonathan in the way he arranges to care for Jonathan's handicapped son, Mephibosheth, and to arrange for Jonathan's burial. All right, so I love how he points out how Jonathan is legit, like is so legit. Make Yahweh be with you as he was with my father. He lays his life into Yahweh's hands. And like wherever it goes, I trust you. Emet. He emet Yahweh. He trusted Yahweh. All right, friend, we can start. Dude, you're cool, Game Legend. That was a good read. I've heard a lot of discussion about that, what we just read. I know. I was just switching screens. I love this anchor. All right. Let's go. So, all right. I just want the Zealot.
The +5.
Well, I want the Zealot because once I upgrade the Hero Sword completely, it does a bunch of periodical like elemental damage, and I just want the periodical elements to just really like the time.
Well, that depends if you can get that. So
Sure, I'll do Volt. All right. Anchor is not very reliable in the long term, but it's pretty fun to swing around. I keep thinking I have to aim the flails. Not like I forget that they auto home.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that must be an option then, because I thought you had to like say how far out you wanted them to be.
Same here,
character.
but look, like it could go way farther than that. But the moment you're near them, it will automatically go towards whatever mook. I think it's the closest how it works. I guess the only choice you don't really get is besides the
it's probably in the options to change that, but it seems like it's going well anyway, so no reason to.
I'll just get the money so I have enough to upgrade whenever the blacksmith appear. When you unintentionally make the game easy mode by hardcore going as hard as you can with all the hard modifiers. Oh, you have silly goose moments. I'll do that second. Ooh. Ooh. Keys? Love you. Oh. All right. Let's vote it up. There we go. Have you seen this, Justin?
Seen what?
This weapon. So this is it.
Oh.
So this is what you do when you go. So like, once you get it, you have to first get up the first upgrade, and after that, different type of elemental ores drop. You can either do lightning, plague, so poison, like the main elements.
So have you done all of them yet?
I have, yeah. I think poison or ice is the best. They just hit luck.
You don't like the fire one?
The fire one takes a long time for it to go down. When you want things to be hit quick and fast, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, fire is based on the damage over time. That does is based on the largest hit you do. That's probably a big part of it. It's much more bursty.
This might be the last time. This might be the last time that I. You think crit chance? I already have lots of lucky hit, so. Even though I do have.
Yeah,
this.
I guess lucky. I didn't know what you were.
Yeah,
having, so.
I already have a bunch of luck. I'll just stick to it.
And anyways, if I remember correctly, lucky hits are treated like crits or like someone. So yeah. Chocolate. An event or money?
Is that supposed to be blue? No. Oh.
Are you sure you don't want to? Can you blow them up?
Darn it. That was hard to pass. That's really good.
Oh wait, what was that? Those boots. Oh wait, you're trying to do different boots.
Mm-hmm.
Because the attack speed modifier is going to move speed. It's pretty good.
But
the other way around.
I don't have enough money. Oh, do I have enough for that? Nope. All right.
Crit hit multi at the close ranges. It'll look pretty nice.
Yeah.
But you do the damage already.
Hmm. And I'm trying to stay as far away as possible with my only heart and soul heart.
That is anti-luck.
Yeah.
Rip the keys. Forever gone. I mean, you say you're going far away, but I think could you hover over your sword for a sec?
Huh?
Could you hover over your sword for a sec? You're medium range anyway, so yeah, if the close range one would be like half the time. Oh,
Oh yeah, those are nice.
maxed out already.
Yeah, it's just like you have to do it because like from here on out, I may never get it.
No, I mean like I'm saying the charm was maxed out at 40%
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, so I have all my.
That's very nice. I just was saying that because it's like I was saying, oh, it's already maxed out on the stats, so that's like big find.
Yeah.
That's a big immediate improvement. Oh, you don't have I know you do have cinders on, don't you? They're just not showing.
I don't have what?
Do you have cinders on?
What on?
Cinders?
Senders. Oh, like.
Cinder 16.
I have no idea what you're asking me.
The difficulty mods?
Oh, I took them off.
Okay.
I'm ready to just win it under normal, just normal. I'm good.
It's only a 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess you can afford it anyways.
Why not?
I think you grabbed all 3 of those, that set. Wasn't there like a previous one?
Oh yeah, it's a later.
Oh, it's the 2 parts.
Yeah, and I'm still waiting for the Zealous.
You might not be getting it.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a still lucky effect if you have booze.
True. I don't.
That you would get at a tavern.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that they also changed the booze effect to the tipsiness max to always be 3
Yeah.
instead of health base,
Didn't notice
which
that.
would be good for you.
I don't think it's considered a trigger. Yep. Nope. Nope. All right, I'll just grab the shiniest. You. You are the shiniest. I'll just go in and see what you have.
I don't think you do bleeds.
I don't, but that's the first time I saw that, so I was like, oh, that's interesting. Ooh, if I was earlier on, that's always a win.
Money.
Money, money, money.
Do not have any keys.
Yep. Okay.
There's that booze. Isn't a strength plus minus into down
It's
just neutral for your sword?
it's everything is neutral. Everything. It's all S scales.
No, I'm saying that that meant like you gain no actual damage.
Yeah, that's true. It literally didn't add or take away. Doomslayer. Here we go.
There you go. Oh, you have things cost more money.
Mm-hmm.
Potion effect, maybe? No, the Brigger is +2.
Numbers.
The potion effects are pretty strong now.
That's true. But
All companions.
now
only
all
companions.
all that lightning. So I read this. So it's six times per second. This every 5 swings brings down the periodic effect by 1 second.
I see.
Don't do poison.
Attack speed with swords.
Ooh, which is it is a sword. All right, so I get
That's
5.
just a weaker one, but you get.
I get actually no, that's 20%. Oh, actually they're the same.
Actually, you don't get either
They're both attack speed.
because you're swapping out whatever companion you currently have. What's your current companion?
Oh, this one is just crit hit damage.
Okay.
I just like the voodoo dolls. They're just fun. This is like in there. Oh, what's up, Game Legend? What will be that questions?
Thinking that the key might have been more useful if you had the perk that makes it so the less companions you have, the stronger they are. There's one of those. But it doesn't really matter at that point. Is everything alright?
Yeah. Just Game Legends asked. He says he has a question, so I'm waiting for his question. I don't need the bombs.
Time to blow up the golden chest.
Oh.
Because you can indeed blow up the chest.
That's true. But it only gives keys.
Which you don't have that many of.
Yeah. Oh, I actually don't have any curse. Alright, anything here? Periodical, so I want periodical. Crits are nice, power is nice. I do lucky trigger. Actually, I'll do the gut force. Oh, it's all on the whim, my friend. I don't do any striking or body damage. That's really it.
Curse Soul Hearts, you have the anti-curse up. Don't mind me, I'm backseating.
No, so you say soul hearts or anti-curse?
No, it was Curse Soul Hearts, but you have the thing that removes curse on you.
No, I don't. Oh, yeah, you're right. I also like they don't give any scales on how anything is in this game. So I imagine this is happening in the atomic level. This whole world of souls, dragons. So they call it tiny rogues. Like, it's just really funny to imagine this is happening in the atomic level.
Or maybe even the metaphysical level.
Enough! Oh.
I saw slop.
I think it's fire, which I don't do.
Wait, what is the parts that's your set bonus? Is your chest piece and gloves?
Oh.
Okay, chest piece is free.
Yeah. But it has a 50% increased chance of luck taking effect. So that's really good. So pretty much now I'm deciding what do I want to sell. Which has the most money is probably the legendary, so. Oh yeah, so I was saying it's all on the whim. I just imagine this game also happening in an atomic level, very tiny, like literally little, like an ant world happening. It's called Tiny Rogues. And so we think like big, huge castle, but what if they're like minuscule, like little people, like, and this whole world's happening? Like somehow, like in my floor panel, you know? Again. Yeah, there's no more. There's also a quote.
Folks.
It's also a quote from Zoolander. Where he says everything he does, he wants them to build a school. And so they give him a model, like a model of a school. And he's like, what? Is this a school for ants? Gets me every time. I could have. I think there's a soul shop.
You don't have one.
Yep. Oh.
Definitely needed that.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's all on a whim. I love this part. Man, I could just jam to this. That's one thing I did love about playing on higher difficulties. Boss battles happen longer, and so you're able to hear the really
music.
Good. Yeah. All right, now time to fight Super Death. Thank you. So like right here, you have to have 4 goodies. You finally unlock the Esper. I've been like on this for like a good solid 2 or 3 weeks now. Cause I've like been it multiple times, even a 16 sender. But then I forget. There's like one time I forgot about I need. Like I thought I just need to defeat the guy who I just defeated. I didn't know I had to go all the way. Gah. All right. I don't want to die. Woohoo! I might as
You
well.
have yeah.
Might as well use it. Clean up my inventory slot. Here we go. Might as well. I don't know if I'm ever going to find a pawn shop. Oh, that sucks. All right. Let's go. Fill up the curse.
Extra lightning damage for your lightning damage.
They do a really good job with this whole guy's background. Like they have this whole galaxy, like just shuffling in the circle. It's like going in circles. That's pretty cool. Nope. Oh man.
You never fought this guy before?
I have once. Oh. Thing is, I think I fought him. I just had such a broken build, you know, where
Yeah.
it didn't go on too long. Man, that was one life away.
Ghosts you can talk to, I guess.
I've already talked to them.
You unlocked you picked up one of the keys.
Mm-hmm. So this is the, I think like maybe like the second out of 5 final bosses. There's hell and heaven bosses, and then there's whatever's in the deep dark pit boss. That's my guess. This is you know, and this is like literally like the ancient king really thought themselves they're a god, they'll subjugate the world. Like pretty much every ancient empire, at least in the Middle East, they like their origin story was always connected to them being like part of the god race. The kings were, and so that's why they were able to define good and bad on their own terms. This is why like the Bible is it was so crazy and revolutionary, especially for its time and even now. This said that all humanity is created by God, not kings, not just kings, but all humanity. And so we gotta look to God for wisdom, not to define wisdom on our own. But this is their classic, throughout all the video game visual art layers of. But I mean, this is like humanity where we always want to ascend and be like the Elohim, be like the gods. All right. What? Yeah. I like to do things for story, and if I did hard difficulty and there was stuff to earn by doing a hard difficulty, I would do it. But I have earned everything by playing the game at the hardest difficulty, so I just have no what's the word? Like, I have no desire to keep on playing at the hardest difficulty. It's lost now. Oh, that was like part of the story, was that you die because pretty much it just takes over your character. My guy already started with 2 soul hearts. Maybe I should. Why not? I'll do a soul heart build.
Roughly plan to be around over 12. I mean, I'd probably be like a bit in between. Like, I'd have some things on just to keep it entertaining throughout the run itself, but not the super difficult stuff that are annoying.
Yeah, it's funny because that's where you and I are different. I'm always the all or nothing.
Like, I did do the all or nothing sometimes, but I'd always, yeah. Who knows? Maybe it's because I just go for the long one.
Yeah, it's just nothing. Like, I've already max mastered. There's nothing to be earned.
Yeah.
I being it in the hardest. If it's like, okay.
But that's why I'm saying I'd have some things on, so that way I don't get bored doing the rest of the stuff that I want to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, like, once I beat it probably with all the characters, then I'll be good. Like, once I beat Hell and Heaven, which reminds me is I gotta work on. Okay, I gotta make this guy. I have to make him think good. I'm like super encumbered. You can always tell by slow movement speed.
pew pew.
I need to wait until I get more strength. Speaking of strength. Oh, I missed.
I mean, you are a gunslinger after all, aren't you?
Well, I was.
Pew pew.
I thought I was too close. I thought because that was a secret there, and I thought I was close enough with the bomb.
Oof.
That's the part.
Ching.
Oh, and I lost my soul heart. Oh, not yet. Heal. And this will enable cheap run if I had any soul hearts.
So what class are you playing?
Gunslinger.
Okay. Pew 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 pew.
Got that. I'll go for the bombs so I get secrets. So by the way, I silly goose and just like learned like either it was today or yesterday that the infusion boost for dexterity where it makes the infusions are permanents. I didn't know it was these resins that was considered infusion.
Oh. Oh. Whoops. Yeah, the potion one's also pretty strong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're all strong.
If I don't collect
Because
enough
it just
soul
makes-
hearts. If I don't collect enough soul hearts, I'm probably going to black roll that. Vade's nice.
Wearing a traffic cone on your head.
Yep. Let me save that.
Ugh. I'm gonna go for now. I just
Okay.
wanted to chat and hang out a little bit.
Sounds good. Love you, man. Catch you on the flip side.
On the flip side, we're back in the 90s now.
Oh, yeah. I never left.
All right,
All right.
groovy. I think that's 80s though. So.
Yeah, it is 80s. Unfriended. I'm only 90s. You only speak 90s to me or you go home. But I am home. See, man.
At least it isn't a Zoomer talk. I don't understand that at all. See?
I found that oh, he left. But I found it's okay to ask or Google. Dun, 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 dun. Just how the cookie crumbles. I wonder if there's some sort of algorithm. Something. Yep. And that. Usually, like, people have to show invested interest in this sort of thing when this weird hybrid of video games and Jesus. So, which not new two people are. And more suppression for black. Law. Being close. The last boss. He's actually talking about the planet guy. Not for me, not hard. It's actually one of the easiest. This is funny. Yeah. 2, 2, 2, 3. Ooh. My guys, lucky hit bounce. Makes sense to equip that. Oh, the last guy. Oh man, the last guy. Oh gosh. Huh. All right. Sell away. Yeah. It's like I literally just leave it in Yahweh's hand. I do be as faithful as I can, and what happens, happens. Also, I'm on the. I find also like due to the how I can't be like live stream people who do pretty well have a very steady schedule, but for right now where I'm at, I can't be consistent. That's the word. And so I'll take what I can. About a year and a half or so, like we're actually going to go overseas and do mission work in a few years. And so at that time, being overseas, I'll actually start having a consistent streaming schedule. Right now it is. It fluctuates. Actually, like lately, I've been getting a lot more traffic because of that consistency. I usually don't get that, that luxury. Like I'm on, but it's like I don't have like I can't never guarantee people like I'll be on at exactly this time. There's usually a rough time where people can expect me. Oh. Guess they're embracing the poison. Fierce grenade. Oh yeah, just where I'm at right now. By the grace of Christ, I can. I also enjoy it, so it gives me more energy than it takes. If you know what, if you understand what I mean. Obviously, it takes, which I get rejuvenated by my own alone time, praying, meditating on King Jesus, and also being with family and friends, and like yeah, just doing ministry stuff in my local area. And offhand. That's crazy. Ooh. I get enough strength. Oh yeah, I like roguelikes. I like RPGs. And roguelikes, RPGs. Trying to think. Those are my mostly like sometimes I'll get into like a big PvP game. But usually roguelikes are my two. Or Lex and PB are my main lanes. I'm in. They have confidence. Actually, that. How about you, friend? What do you generally play? Oh man. That's why that one was better, because of the lucky hit. And I sold the wrong one. Oh. Like puzzles. Ooh. Soul is mine. Ah. Bed Wars like on Roblox? Or Bed Wars Minecraft? A little bit harder matches. I'm not outputting enough. Guys, when I do that. Oh. Whew. Nice, yeah. My bro behind me is playing that. What is that called again? So I know it's based off One Punch. Oh, the Strongest Battleground. Law. That works. Let's do that. All right, sweet. Aww. I should just went to the big chest. Messed up. I messed up. Not he. Come on. It was interesting. Last time I did that dice thing to switch, it actually swapped the item. How long have you been playing Bed Wars? I remember that game. Gosh. It's been out for a very long time. Got it. Like I said, no rhyme or reason. That's why when I think it's like the size of an atom. Oh wow, you've been playing for a very long time. Woo. Whew. Sorry, man. That's never fun. When the game starts dropping the hat like that. Get the money. Oh, it's an accessory. Gosh, I thought it was an offhand. Using a dice. Let's do it. More heat. Come on, game. Know what I want. Yep, I'm at a place where I might just have to accept what the game gives me. Okay. All right. Oh. Can't. So hard. Pretty much, you know, pretty much you see it. Yeah, you know, love us. Talk about this scripture. Good board game, card game. True T to the nerd in that sense. Oh my gosh. How about you, friend? I mean, you like drawing and talk about Jesus. I got in that much. Is anything else? All right. All right, sweet. So once I get it. Oh. That's fun. Volt, not poison. What should I do? I mean, I could. See if we get more red dice. And how's that going for you? Should be someone here who sells dice. I'm trying to get him, but he's not appearing. All right, last time. Nice. That was really cool. Dark Flex. I have not tried that one. No, it's not. Not poison, but now I'm curious. But yeah, I have Warhammer stuff in the over there, and it's like they're not even built. I have learned that I don't have a lot of time to focus on more than one hobby, and so I generally stick it to, because of work in life, I stick it to family. I stick to just a few things. Oh, the big bomb. Oh, it's like a sucks for things that move. Yep, don't like it. So I require a dodge. The service is hard. I might lose this. Oh. Oh, the one that's fire. Interesting. Oh. It's a classic. All right, Charlie, once Jason gets here to go through step, okay? Melee. I probably should pick that up. Almost got destroyed there. Let's. Oh, gosh darn it. Oh, darn it. All right, my dog's barking. I'll be right back, my friends. What a funny little flame. Small flavors for souls. Oh, there's a soldier. All right. So, do that yet? Do that yet? How many bombs? Okay. Bomb, 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 bomb. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh. This one, defeat Bahamut and Hi-Hat. Joy. Rollers? No. Why not? They're gonna give me strength, I'll take it. Weapons. It's a really good one, so take it. What? Okay. Oh man, it's like one of the things that have me keep on like seeing this game through, not giving up, because I thoroughly enjoy the art going like, yeah, playing through it. Hmm. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go to the decks. Yeah, what I did is I made it so I don't see those things, because watching those things will, oh, there's a really good podcast called The Rise and Fall of Mars Hill, and one thing I learned about it is the terror of actually watching your viewer numbers. And so I like done everything I can to not see that stuff, so that I am not catering my my character and how I present myself does not go with the ebb and flow of social views. It's I want to be as true to myself as possible, really. No, you're cool, man. Don't only apologize. Just something I learned. I used to watch that. It's something I've learned that's best for just for the health. You know, it's power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it's the best to what's the word? Get at it when you're starting, so that you know if it ever does explode, then I'm hoping not to go down into the wayside of compromise or anger or control that sadly a lot of leaders fall themselves into. Oh shit. Yeah. It's just the sad reality of things, you know? We'll see. Oof. All right. That guy's so slow. Brother! Mm-hmm. Waffle. Anything here worth my time? Ooh, black char. All right. Let's do it. Heat. Get something a little more. All right. He's here, my friend. You ready? All right. All right. All right. So I was thinking, so we're at Worst Days, now we're at Old Testament overviews. All right. Let's start with the Tanakh. All right. 428.
If you open a Protestant Christian Bible and look at the table of contents, you'll notice the first 3 quarters is a collection called the Old Testament. If you look at the list of books, you'll see it's made up of 39 smaller works that are grouped into 4 main sections. The first 5 are called the Pentateuch, followed by the historical books, then the poetic books, and finally the books of the prophets. Now that seems simple enough, but actually it's more complicated and way more interesting. This arrangement of the books in a single volume called the Old Testament is a later Christian tradition that developed after Jesus and the apostles. In ancient Jewish tradition, these works were all on separate scrolls and were conceived of as a unified three-part collection called Tanakh. It's a Hebrew acronym for Torah, which means instruction, Nevi'im, which means prophets, and Ketuvim, which means writings. The Tanakh has the same books as the Protestant Old Testament, but they're arranged differently. The Torah corresponds to the Pentateuch, but the prophets consist of 4 historical narrative books and then the 15 works named after specific prophets. After this comes the writings, a diverse collection of poetic and narrative texts. Now, this 3-part design is really, really old. It's referred to in ancient Jewish texts like the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Wisdom of Ben Sira, even Jesus of Nazareth mentioned it. And that's because this 3-part shape is woven into the compositional design of the scrolls themselves. If you pay attention, you'll discover that every scroll has been coordinated by means of cross-references that link each work into the larger 3-part collection. So, who put all these scrolls together? It was a long process. Some of the famous contributors are named, like Moses or David, but most of the authors remain anonymous. In the Bible, they're simply called scribes or the prophets. These scrolls took shape throughout Israel's history as generations of prophetic scribes collected earlier stories and poems, integrated them into larger compositions, and then eventually shaped all this material into the unified library of scrolls, the Tanakh. It's clear from texts in the Psalms and Prophets that these prophetic scribes believed that God's Spirit was guiding this whole process, so that through these human words, God speaks to his people. That's why they treasured these texts, studying and composing them into a unified collection. We don't know when precisely this process was finished, but it was somewhere in the last centuries before the time of Jesus. In its final shape, the Tanakh offers a prophetic interpretation of Israel's history that claims to reveal God's purposes to rescue the whole world. And while we can't do justice to the whole collection in one video, it's helpful to get an overview of what these scrolls are all about. The Torah begins with God creating and blessing a great piece of real estate, our very good world. And God entrusts it to a creature that reflects the divine image, human, or in Hebrew, Adam. God appoints humanity to rule the world as kings and queens of creation, and the question is whether they will trust God's wisdom to discern good and evil, or seize autonomy and define good and evil for themselves. But there's another creature with the humans, a mysterious snake. It's in rebellion against the Creator, and it dupes the humans to foolishly rebel against God's generosity. As a result, humanity is separated from its divine source of life and exiled from a garden of blessing to die in a dangerous wilderness. From there, humanity keeps spreading and redefining good and evil, and things go downhill fast. They build cities plagued by violence and oppression, all leading to the foundation of a city called Babylon, where people exalt themselves to the place of God. And now the basic plot conflict of the whole Bible is set. God wants to bless his world and rule it through humans. But now, humans are the problem. They're under the influence of evil, they're stupid and short-sighted, and headed for self-destruction. And this is all a setup for God's solution. We need a new kind of human. And so God promises that a new human will come, who won't give in to the snake. In fact, he'll crush it and be crushed by it. From here, the story traces the promised lineage to a man and a woman, Abraham and Sarah. God entrusts them with the same divine blessing given to humanity on page 1. And so they leave Babylon to a new garden-like land that God promises to give his family. What follows is the story of Abraham's family. 3 generations, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, followed by 12 sons. And our hopes are high until we read their very dysfunctional and destructive family story. They lie, cheat, nearly kill each other, not to mention the sex scandals. But what did you expect after the garden story? They're humans. Eventually, Abraham's family ends up exiled down in Egypt. All these failures of Abraham's family form a dark background for the handful of bright moments in the story. God stays committed to these people. He even makes them an eternal promise called a covenant, that he will rescue and bless all humanity through them. How exactly isn't clear, but Abraham's family is at its best when they stop their selfish scheming and trust God's promise with radical faith. From here, the family grows. They end up enslaved in Egypt, and we're introduced to the Torah's other main character, Moses. God raises him up to rescue the Israelites and bring them to a mountain where they're all invited into a covenant relationship with God. They're given 613 terms of the relationship, guidelines for becoming new kinds of humans who will faithfully represent God to the world. And Moses brokers this whole deal because he's awesome. He's the ultimate prophet who speaks God's word to Israel. He's a priest who represents them before God, and he's even called a king, Israel's leader and deliverer in time of need. But as the Torah progresses, the Israelites fail big time. They violate the covenant, and even Moses rebels against God. In fact, the Torah ends with Moses predicting that Israel's failure will continue as they go back into the Promised Land, and they're going to end up in exile once again. But he has hope that God will fulfill his promise to rescue Israel. One day he will cover for their failures. He'll heal their selfish hearts so they can truly love God and live. And then Moses dies. Now, the final sentences of the Torah scroll are surprising. They zoom forward in time, and we hear from the prophetic scribes who shaped the Tanakh. They reflect back on the story of Moses from their vantage point, and they tell us that never again in Israel's history did a prophet like Moses arise. Man, I wish another prophet, priest, king like him would come along. And with that, we move into the Nevi'im. It has two sub-collections. First, the former prophets, 4 narrative works about Israel's story in the Promised Land, told from the later perspective of the prophets. Things start great with Joshua's leadership. We're told he's successful because he's just like Moses, and he meditates on Scripture day and night. But eventually, even Joshua fails, beginning Israel's long and violent descent into self-destruction, just like Moses and the garden story anticipated. These stories mostly focus on the failure of Israel's kings, prophets, and priests, how they lie, cheat, and kill each other, and worship idols. It's basically a longer, bloodier replay of the ancestors' failures. But there are some bright spots. God reaffirms his covenant promise to bless humanity through a new human. It will be a king from the line of David. And you get some stories about people like David or Solomon who have moments like Abraham when they trust God, but it never lasts. And wouldn't you know it, the family of Abraham ends up right where they began, conquered and exiled in Babylon. But remember, this whole story is being told from the later perspective of the prophets, and they know exile isn't the end. So they designed these stories of Israel's past as pointers to their future hope. When God does rescue his people out of Babylon, he'll send that new king who will be like Moses and David and Solomon were on their good days. In fact, this is what the second part of the Nevi'im, the latter prophets, is all about. There are 3 large and 12 short works connected to specific prophets. And this design intentionally recalls the 3 + 12 ancestors from Genesis whose stories of failure contained the seeds of future hope. These prophetic scrolls are loaded with cross-references that link back into the narrative of the Torah and the prophets, and they carry the story further. The job of Israel's prophets was to be like Moses, to accuse the old Israel of failure and corruption, and to warn them about the looming result, the great day of the Lord, which ended with defeat and exile in Babylon. But the prophets also promised that God had a purpose, to purify his people and recreate a new Israel who would be faithful like Abraham was. They'll live in a new covenant relationship with God under the reign of that promised ruler, who's described as a new Moses but called by the name David. He will be the one to restore God's blessing to the entire world. The conclusion of the Nevi'im is just like the Torah. There's a note from the Tanakh's prophetic scribes. They reflect back over the whole story so far, and they urge readers to anticipate the arrival of a new Moses-like prophet, who they call Elijah. He will announce the arrival of Israel's God to purify and save his people. From here we move into the Tanakh's third and final sub-collection, the Ketuvim, a diverse collection of scrolls. Each one has been designed to link back into the key themes from the Torah and the prophets and develop them further through an elaborate tapestry of cross-references. For example, the Psalms scroll is introduced by 2 poems that are coordinated to the beginning of the Torah and the prophets. In the first psalm, we meet the righteous one, who's described as a new Joshua, a successful leader who meditates on the scriptures. He's like the king promised by Moses, and he's like the eternal tree of life in the Garden of Eden. Psalm 2 then identifies this figure. It's the promised king, the Son of God from the line of David, who's going to defeat evil among the nations and restore God's blessing to the world. And the rest of the Psalm scroll teaches God's people how to pray as they wait for this future hope. Then there are the wisdom scrolls that address some of the most difficult questions raised by the story of the Torah and the prophets. So Proverbs sounds like Moses in the Torah. Trust in God, be faithful and obedient, and you'll have peace and success. But then Ecclesiastes and Job reflect back on Israel's complicated history and say, yeah, we tried that, and it's not that simple. These three books carry on a profound conversation about what it means to live wisely in God's good and often confusing world. Two of the last books of the Tanakh to be written make a crucial contribution. The Daniel scroll looks back over the long history of Israel's failure and suffering as a strange door of hope into a new future for the world. One day, that new human promised in the Torah and prophets will arrive. He's going to be trampled by humanity's animal-like inclinations towards evil, but then God will vindicate him and raise him up to rule the world in divine power. And finally, the Scroll of Chronicles retells the entire story of the Tanakh, from the beginning up to Israel's return from exile. The author focuses on God's promise to David of a future king who will reunite God's people in a new Jerusalem and bring divine blessing to the nations. The final lines of the Chronicles scroll have been coordinated with key texts from all over the Tanakh. They keep alive the hope of an ultimate return from exile, pointing to the arrival of an Israelite whose God is with him, that he may go up and restore the new Jerusalem, and that's how the story ends. The Tanakh is a majestically and intentionally designed collection of ancient Hebrew scrolls. These diverse texts from all periods of Israel's history have been woven together as a unified story about God's covenant promise to Israel and to all humanity. They were made for a lifetime's worth of reading and reflection, as these remarkable human words offer a divine word of wisdom and future hope that still speaks today.
All right, so just tell me one thing that you learned. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the Tanakh, which is the Torah, Nevi'im, and Ketuvim, all point towards, and they all are asking the question, how do we get out of this mess? So what did you learn, Jason?
I learned that there is a lot of schools in Ketuvim.
It's a good thing to learn, yeah, and they're all, again, pointing towards, where is the promise to save us going to be? Where is that king going to be? I'm just saying that's the question they're raising. They're always talking about the righteous one. Here he gets, in the book of Daniel specifically, he gets trampled by the animalistic monsters, which are like human empires. And he actually gets vindicated and risen right next to the Lord. And that's just the story of King Jesus. He gets trampled by the empire, the Jewish leaders and the Roman leaders, which are symbolic of all empires. Which is, it's just rad. This is really rad. All right, friends, we can start. I saw your coming, Game Legend. When during this time, thank you. Yeah, thank you for being there. Just know that while watching, I'm not going to pause so that we can keep on going.
See you later, Corey.
Oh, see you, Logan. Love you, man.
See you tomorrow.
Yep. See you, my COVID friend.
Yeah.
Sell that. All right. I don't want fire. Yeah, I'm just gonna get it. Ooh. Sure, I'll take toxic. Ooh. Thank you. It's gonna run to the store. Okay. Okay. Oh, they're COVID, right? Huh? Oh, that's hilarious. What a strain. Yeah, it's funny. It's just. Yeah. Yeah. Bro. Oh, thanks, friend. But yeah, we'll be dipping in about 5 minutes. Oh, oh gosh, this is ugly. Whew. Hmm. It's all garbage. I'll sell you. Ah, Oregon. Portland, Oregon. The greater Northwest. If I remember right, you said Texas? I think it's where you hail. Man, they just really want me to rock the Warlord series. I'm guessing your family takes frequent trips to India. 'Cause you said your dad is a minister in that area. Should I go full lederhosen? Yeah, just keep on leveling up. Oh, I see. He owns a ministry in India. I see that. See if I... Oh, I do this all the time. In between both. Don't get either. Oh, hello there. Perfect. We'll see if we get
That title, every hockey club.
It makes sense. You will not be allowed to come back in, or it'll be really hard for you to come back in. Yep. Here in Portland, we have a lot of those issues. I have a lot of friends who are DACA recipients. It's like either they're born here or they're brought here very young. All right. This is, as always, friend, it's you're a huge joy and gift. Thank you. Have a good day. All right, Charlie, it's 5 o'clock, my friend. Huh? Okay, make it quick. All right, he's finishing that, then we'll be off. Is that the same one from earlier when it takes like 5 minutes to beat? That's a straight up boon. Intelligence. Check the law shop. Might do that. Ooh. That. Bees! I'm so happy. Failed. Did not know fear. You saw my bees. Aw. Welcome, mate. You're such a delight to have around. Thank you. Yeah, just thank you for being you. Such an encouragement. Such an encourager. You can tell that your family raised you in the light fear of the Lord. Aw. All right. Well, see you later, friend. Yep. Today's Wednesday, so I will not be on tonight, but I will be back on tomorrow. So see you then. All right, have you? Oh, you done, Char? Okay.